just went off. I just
Bad
went off.
day.
They're on 2 race cars.
Those cars. It's just there's not to connect with me.
The main.
Hold on just one second.
Oh, it's the cruise. That's great. They usually are. It's really nice. Yeah. Hyper.
Yeah, it should be good.
Yeah, extensively.
Yeah.
They got one scheduled.
Everybody's computer's up.
I look forward to it.
Jimmy, Rick, y'all's computer's up.
Yes, sir.
Y'all's computer's up.
Seems to be.
Call order the Board of County Commissioners meeting October 28th, 2019, 6 o'clock. And as always, we'll start off our invocation. I'll ask Vice Chairman Walker if he would please lead us in this.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's pray. Our kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we ask that you be with us during the time we meet this evening to do the business of our county and hopefully do what's in the best interest of our citizens. We thank you for all the blessings you send our way. We thank you for most especially the things that mean most in life, family and friends. Lord, we just ask that you be with whoever might need you, whatever their need might be. Let them feel your love, presence, guide us, whatever helps most with their need. Again, we thank you for our blessings. We ask these things in Christ's name. Amen.
Please continue to stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll go ahead and start off with the approval of the agenda. And I'm just going to make one note real quick on the discussion agenda, item H. I'm going to request that we move that to the top of the agenda.
Make a motion to approve the agenda with item H being moved up.
I'll second.
A motion second, any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, what you say top of the agenda, I just...
Top of the discussion agenda.
Discussion.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Mhm.
I'm on
Yes, sir.
board.
Well, then we'll go ahead and move on to our comments from the commissioners and manager, and I'll start with Commissioner Morris.
I'd just like to welcome everybody here tonight, and hopefully a lot of folks that are watching on the YouTube channel. Also like to thank folks for continuing to read my blog that I do for the meetings and other selected events. I made a comment when I got elected I was not going to do anything on social media related to local government. I'm going to make one exception to that. I think I'm going to start putting a post on Facebook whenever I post something on the blog, just as a trigger for folks that might be interested in looking at that. So otherwise, I'll continue with my original proclamation that I'm not going to use any social media for Facebook or local government business. Anyway, thanks again. It's good to have everybody. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you, sir. Well, I kind of agree with Commissioner Morris about not using social media for local government purposes, because I personally don't mess with it. So if somebody really digs me on Facebook or something and you don't get a reaction, probably it's because I've never seen it. But I do answer emails. I do have a email address on the county website. And I do return phone calls. As a matter of fact, if there's any person who needs to get in touch with me regarding a county issue, I would prefer phone, because I guess maybe I'm old-fashioned. I just like to discuss things. And if somebody gives me their point of view, I listen to them, and if they're interested, I'll share mine with them. And we can do it all right there, live and up front, and hopefully kind of clear the air. But anyway, it's good to see you. We have a good crowd here this evening, and I'm Glad each of you's here for whatever purpose you're here for. Good to see our Forsyth Takes folks. Always good to have you, have a presence from you here at our meeting. And good to see others, again, whatever your need might be. Well, before I get accused, as I have in the past, of talking too much, let me stop there, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Yachts.
I'll echo what my fellow commissioners have stated. Welcome everyone here tonight. Thank you for understanding 2 weeks ago. My apologies for not being here. I had the flu, and out of respect for Commissioner Nicholson, he's a little bit weak and old, so I didn't want to pass it along to him. So,
Appreciate that.
all jokes aside, it's that time of the year, and I encourage everyone to make sure you take care of yourself. Vitamin C, vitamin C, vitamin C.
And zinc.
Yeah, and flu shot. I failed to get mine yet, so I'll be going here in about 2 weeks. Catch up now that it's behind me. So glad to be back.
I see you got your vitamin C. Look like you got some vitamin D, too. Yeah. Mr. Mendenhall?
I just want to thank everyone for coming out this afternoon, and as always, for your participation in the governmental process in Stokes County. It's good to see everybody. I think I know everyone here tonight, and I invite you to come back again. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys for being here tonight. Hope your time here spent well and learn something when you walk out the door. And with that, I'll pass it on to our county manager.
I don't have anything, Mr. Chairman. I just hope everyone's doing well, and it's good to see you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go ahead and move on to consent agenda. Need a motion to approve. Or excuse me. I'm sorry, I jumped ahead right here. We need to move on to the public comments. Ms. Ellen, I didn't mean to overlook it right there. Yeah.
Ellen Perry, 1095 Wheeler Smith Road, Lawsonville. Let me get these. I'm here to give you an update on the arts. In the Apple Gallery in November, we have Shane Sargent. Shane is, you've probably seen him, he runs the sound for many of our programs at the Arts Council, and he has developed a passion for photography that he got from traveling when he was a kid. So he is always helping local and regional businesses with their photography to market their brands. And his photography was recently featured on Your Shot, a National Geographic community page for photographers around the world. His exhibit will be displayed through November, and his reception is November 1st, this Friday at 5:30 p.m. Tomorrow night, we're having a painting class with Craig Richards. He's going to do fall colors and how to impact color and light, and that's going to be up at the Artist Loft in Danbury. And then also Friday night, we're going to be welcoming an exhibit we're calling Wood to Art. It's the first time we've tried this, but we had a lot of local woodworkers and just master craftsmen in the area want to display their items. So we're going to have a 10-day event for them. It's going to go from crafted writing pens, earrings, dining room tables, hutches, and everything in between. So this is going to include the work of Angela and Mark Mabe, who you know from Lawsonville, Aaron and Sarah Gibbons. Aaron was a Stokes County student, Stephen Honeycutt, Matt Parker, Carl Rentelman, and Chris Davis. So that's going to be exciting, and it's going to take up the entire space of the Arts Place. And that reception is also Friday, so we'll have a big crowd Friday for both things. There's going to be another barn quilt class on November 3rd. I guess we just can't get enough barn quilts in the county, so just come out and get yours made. Again, we're just cannot keep up with pottery classes. Again, beginning and intermediate wheel throwing begins November 5th through December 10th. So those will be 2 levels for beginners and also for intermediate. So if you have some basis already, you don't have to start all over again. Just quickly, the parking lot update. I don't know, you need to drive behind the Arts Place because that thing is looking mighty fine. And we have had so many nice comments about it, but the guardrails look fantastic. And this week they painted the lines. So with handicap, there's a total of 42 spaces. And that doesn't count the ones Bonnie has up at her restaurant. And just to recap the Tony Brown celebration, I think it was an absolute success for us and the county and also for the North Carolina Arts Council. What a way to celebrate Come Here, North Carolina, the Year of Music in North Carolina. Super Bowl, November 23rd. We are making bowls. Everybody in the county is making bowls. So we should have plenty for everybody, we hope. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Perry. With that, we'll now move on to consent agenda and the motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion is second, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. We'll move on to the information agenda now. First, we had the FTCC update with Dr. Janet Spriggs.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. I wish that I could say that I had been here sooner than now, but it has been a tremendously busy 10 months. In fact, I'm not sure how we've made it to 10 months already, and we're about to enter November. But I am very privileged and honored and very humbled to be the president at Forsyth Tech since January. And I wanted to just come before you and meet those of you that I had not had the opportunity to meet personally, but also to share with you some good news about what's going on in Stokes County for Forsyth Tech, and also some information on what's to come in the future. So I brought with me packets. Instead of boring you with a PowerPoint, I thought I would leave you with some information that you could digest in your folders. Of course, my business card should be there. So if you need to get in touch with me, my cell phone number is there. Please feel free to reach out at any time on any of that contact information. You have a couple of things in your packet of note. First of all, there is an economic value of Forsyth Technical Community College pamphlet there. This is a study that the college commissioned a few months ago in preparation for our strategic plan, which we're calling Vision 2025, which is going to be the strategic direction that our board sets for us for the next 5 years. And we want it to be able to show to the community the value that we believe Forsyth Tech is, and that we are an asset to both counties within our service area, Forsyth and Stokes County. So we commissioned the Economic Modeling Systems Incorporated group to look back in 2018 at the value added for Forsyth Tech in our service area, and this is what they came up with. First of all, of note, they found that 1 out of every 30 jobs in the Forsyth Tech service area is supported by the activities of Forsyth Tech and/or its students. We also found that our total annual impact to the economy is $627 million of added income back into the service area, and that equates to over 8,600 jobs, almost 8,700 jobs in the service area. There's some more information on here that kind of breaks that down for you so that you can see that the value of that $527 million of that is from the alumni impact. $68 million is added income in operations spending for the college, and then another $31.5 million is the student spending impact from our students while they are with us. So there's some really good information on this pamphlet, and I hope you have time to take a look at it. And if you have any questions, as I said, please email me or call me, and I'll be happy to answer them. I also provided a couple of things for you. One is a pamphlet that's just some fast facts that shows a pretty picture of our new career technical vocational building at our Stokes Center. And some information, just a little bit of fast facts about the college. I wanted to make sure that all of you know that we do have 5 associate college transfer degree programs. And what that means is that students in those 2-year programs are able to take the same classes that they would be taking at any public university in North Carolina for about 1/3 of the cost of the university courses, and that our faculty are trained and have to hold the same credentials as the university faculty. So students in that program can stay at home with us, take classes at Forsyth Tech, either online or in person, and then transfer to a university after 2 years. And one thing that's not on this pamphlet, but that is a bragging right for us, and I want to make sure that I brag about with you tonight, is that we have data from NC Tower through the University of North Carolina that shows that our students, when they stay with us for 2 years, they graduate with their associate degree and they go to one of the 16 public universities, they complete with higher GPAs and at a larger rate than the students who started at those public universities. So that's a pretty good bragging right, I think. And I think it speaks to the quality of our instruction, but also to that little bit of added support that we give to our students as they transition from being high school students to being college students. And some of our students certainly need that. I have 5 children, and at least 3 of my children needed a little bit extra time to stay at home and get a little bit of help with that transition. We also offer a plethora of other degrees, diplomas, certificates, and 24 programs that can be taken completely online. I know that the county is working on a project, I think, that will increase bandwidth for high-speed internet across Stokes County. That is a perfect opportunity, I think, for students to be able to take classes while they work and while they stay in Stokes County and graduate with the same degree. So just wanted to point that out to you. And then there's a lot of detail on the bottom with classes that we are planning for the new Career Technical and Education Trades building. So if you take a look at that, if you have any questions or if you would like to ask about other programs that we might be able to offer there. And I also provided finally just a few photographs of what the building currently looks like. We're in the process, with some help from the county, I believe, on getting everything painted and upfitted, all the equipment in place, so that we are ready to start providing classes there through our continuing education, economic and workforce development, short-term programs later this year or early January, and then for our degree programs in fall of 2020. So we did finish the building a little bit early thanks to nice weather, but we still have some equipment that we have to get in place, and we also need to start our curriculum programs in the fall so that the students will be in line with the other students in the degree programs. In fall 2020, we will have electrical, horticulture, plumbing, and welding programs at that trades building, and we're working with the public school system. Those programs will allow students while they're in high school to take college credit and then be ahead of the game when they graduate, either having fulfilled in some probably small circumstances. Some students might be able to complete while they're in high school, but more likely they'll have a year or so to go to complete their degree rather than the standard 2 years. With that said, I would like to say that I learned recently that when Dr. Green was here, he did have a habit of having, or there was a process for having quarterly meetings with the school system, I think with a couple of commissioners, with folks from Forsyth Tech, and with economic development leaders here in the county, so that we could stay in communication and make sure that we are on the same page and that we are fulfilling what you all want and need from Forsyth Tech. I would love to reinstitute those quarterly meetings and would love some feedback from you on if that's something you're interested in, if they were beneficial. We'd be happy to host them at our Stokes Center or come here, whatever's best for the county. But we would really like to engage with you in some thoughtful conversation. I'm really excited about what's going on at Forsyth Tech, about where we're headed for the future. I'm also really committed to not only growing the number of students at Forsyth Tech, but specifically to trying to grow the number of students from Stokes County that choose Forsyth Tech as their first choice. So whatever help I can get from you on that so that we can make sure we align what we are offering with the needs of this community, we would be grateful for that. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Dr. Spriggs, I just want to say I appreciate you coming tonight, spending time with us, appreciate all that y'all do. And really does excite me to see these trades coming here to these kids at the public schools and get a degree in something like this. So
Yes.
with that, I'll go ahead and open it up. Is Commissioner Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also appreciate you being here. Very nice to see you. And as I mentioned just prior to the meeting, I'm hearing some good things already. I'm wondering, it's kind of a general question just to toss out and kind of see what your views are. What is your vision for Stokes County regarding Forsyth Tech ongoing, into the future, year, 5 years? What do you see unfolding as we go forward for Forsyth Tech and Stokes County?
Well, and that's a very good question. So what I would love to see is that we are able to collectively come together and work with all of you as well as with the school system and with your economic development professionals in the county, to talk about where the training and retraining needs for this county really are, and then start to refine and build new programs as needed to meet those needs. So we need to be very connected to what the future looks like from a workforce development and economic development platform and program here in the county, so that we are ahead of being prepared for when new businesses relocate or expand here. So really what I'd like to do is build that plan with you. Part of our strategic plan that we're working on is going to have to do with how we connect with the businesses and industries within our 2-county service area and align our program offerings with what their need for the workforce is going to be. So we'd like to continue to do everything that we are doing. We'd like to get more students enrolled in the high school in those dual credit programs once we open our career trades center. So we know we've got those 4 programs going in there that are going to allow students to get college credit, but what else should we be offering there as well is the question, and what we would like to answer and start preparing for. So I hope I answered your question. We want to continue to do what we're doing and just expand on it, but also hone in on those specific things that you need most from us.
Very thorough answer, actually. I appreciate you providing so much detail. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No, I would just like to say thank you for coming out. I will say the CTE programs are critical, and when you start talking about quarterly meetings, I think the time's now. Unfortunately, we may have missed a little bit of the curve here in Stokes County with the CTE programs. I think we should be pushing that along as quickly as possible. Starting to see that kind of come around now, and everything is cyclical, and I feel like we're going to be going back the opposite way here in the next 5-10 years again. And the quicker we can get on that CTE and figure out what the additional courses that we want to offer here in Stokes County, the better. So I would encourage that as quickly as possible.
Yes, I would love to. I can work with the county manager and staff to find a time frame that would work, but we can start that as early as November, December, or in January, whatever's the preference of this group. I'd be happy to arrange that.
It's very encouraging, though. Thank you for coming out.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Morris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you again, Dr. Spriggs.
Thank you. You too.
I'm really impressed with all the stuff you guys are doing these days. Since I'm retired, I have time to do things during the day. So I attended your aviation ribbon cutting and then the thing with the Security Operations Center.
Right.
Those are both really magnificent efforts that, even though they're not located here physically in Stokes County, they're certainly available to our folks. So, good luck with all of that.
Thank you.
I attended the inauguration also, and I'll have to tell you my takeaway from that was I'm glad they hired you.
Oh, thank you. I thought you were going to say it was too long.
No, actually, it was kind of long, but it was interesting all the way through. So
Thank you.
I really enjoyed attending that event. Appreciate also your offer to keep communication channels open with us. I would like to do those quarterly meetings. I think they served a good purpose, and I think you'd probably agree, usually when something goes wrong, there's some kind of drop in communications that caused it most of the time. So if we could do that and communicate directly with you, especially like on those quarterly meetings, that'd be great.
Okay.
Keep doing that. And last thing, also, since I've retired, I have time to take classes during the day, and I've taken about 3 or 4 down there, and they're doing a great job. It's really good stuff. So keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say that I am fortunate enough to be on the board of directors for SciTech. So I get to work with Dr. Spriggs on a very frequent basis. And for those of you who do not know, we had 64 people apply for this position. 64 people. And Dr. Spriggs was our choice. And we have never regretted for 1 minute the choice we made. She has come in and hit the ground running. She is so busy meeting new people, going to meetings. And I will say this, she has already begun making our board aware of her vision for the next 5 years, 2025. And she's just doing a great job. I could not brag on her any more than I'm going to right now. We had people from Puerto Rico and many, many states here in the United States apply for her job. And I just want to say Dr. Spriggs had a wonderful interviews. I better change that, interviews. She got to visit for SciTech several times, and she just did an outstanding job, and we're very lucky to have her. We are very lucky to have her on board, and I just want to say to you, Dr. Spriggs, the Board of County Commissioners, Board of Education, our county manager, we all want to keep that communication going, communication lines open, and not only, it works both ways, not only when we need information from you, if you need anything from us, please feel free to call on us, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for everything, and it's an honor for me. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be on the board of directors working with her, and we got a gentleman sitting behind her, Alan. There you go, he raised his hand. I've known Alan for a long time, and I just think that things are really headed in the right direction. I thought the world of Dr. Green. Dr. Spriggs has come right in here
Thank you.
wide open. And I just want to say thank you for everything.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you,
you
Dr.
so
Spriggs.
much.
Yes, ma'am. Move on to item B, the Fire Marshal ISO ratings / Fire Prevention Month. Mr. Scott Arian.
Good evening. Thank you all for allowing me to be here. First off, I want to start off with October is National Fire Prevention Month, and actually today is National First Responders Day. So that's a big honor. Stokes County is blessed with the first responders that we do have and the jobs that they do. The goal of Fire Prevention Month is to raise awareness for fire safety and ensure that homes and families are prepared in case of an emergency. The message this year was, not every hero wears a cape. By cooperation with the school system, the fire marshal's office, and the local fire departments, we were able to go out and deliver fire safety training to the elementary schools across the county during this month. We took the fire safety house out and the fire trucks and was able to get the kids involved and give them some hands-on experience with fire safety and things that they can look at home. We were able to share that experience with 1,420 elementary school students throughout the county. We also partnered with the Danbury Library this month with a Head Start program and was able to share information with about 75 to 80 kids through that program. That's been a great thing. Our office has always focused on trying to do fire prevention through education to try to prevent it before we actually have to have them. And also in cooperation with the Stokes County Fire and Rescue Association, we're able to get smoke detectors into people's homes that may not be able to afford them or may not be able to get them. And they can reach out to their local fire departments and they'll come out and install them for them. So that's a great program, and it was a privilege to be able to go out and talk to these kids and see their faces and how they are so receptive to the information that they get. And on a different note, Barry Stevens with Lawsonville Fire Department and Atherton Jessup with Francisco Fire Department. Both of these fire departments went through the ISO insurance rating. ISO is a insurance service office, which is a for-profit organization that scores fire departments on how they are doing against standards across the United States. And they determine the property insurance cost for those fire districts. When they do that, they assign them a number from a 1 being the best that you could do to a 10. The North Carolina Office of State Fire Marshals conducted a field survey where they go in and they assess each department, their training, their personnel, the equipment, community risk programs that they do, and then they have to do a actual action where the firemen come in and they have to set up how they would on a fire scene. They have to do tanker shuttles, water supply, so they actually have to perform for these survey people. Both Lawsonville and Francisco were able to lower their ISO to a 5, which is about going to save the people in those communities about 30% on their homeowners insurance. So that's a big deal for these departments. We'd like to congratulate both of them for their hard work and the dedication of the volunteers of those two districts. So that'll go into effect January the 1st of 2020. The Fire Marshal's Office is also working with some other departments in the county to start getting them ready, and when they request, we'll go out and help them get ready for their reductions so that we can spread this across the county. Thank you.
Scott, could I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
I just want to say to you that since you've taken over, you have kept us up to date on all things that are going on, and we appreciate you going out into the communities and making all of the, not just students, but the people in the communities aware of anything that they need, such as you've just listed before us, that you'd be glad to help out. And I just want to personally thank you for the great job you're doing. I appreciate it.
Thanks, sir.
Scott, as always, great to hear this information. One very quick question that strikes my, you've said that approximately a 30% decrease in property or homeowners insurance. Is that being communicated to our citizens in any
Yes,
way other than?
We are trying to get it out
Okay.
to the people that live in those communities. The fire departments are posting it on their Facebook pages, and they're in the process of having some signs made so that the community will be aware that January the 1st, they need to be in touch with their insurance carrier.
And I think as much as anything, it speaks volumes for what you guys are doing and the two are doing in these communities to help the citizens and for them to know this and be aware of that. Anything that we can help you with, we're trying to get the word out on that, please let us know.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Scott, appreciate you sharing the good news with us, and congratulations to the two departments that achieved the level of success they did with their new ISO rating. That's been an ongoing challenge for the various departments in our county to continue to try to lower those ratings. And it's nice to hear when things come together in a way they apparently have, at least for these two departments. And I'd like to think there's other departments out there that are trying to achieve the same thing. Do you know of any others that are getting closer to being able to have some success regarding lowering their rating?
Our office has been contacted by 3 departments in the county right now. We're in the process of helping them, starting to get ready, prepared. And this is, if you called today and requested an evaluation, they're about 6 to 8 months out. So the day they request their evaluation, they've got a little bit of time, but there's stuff that they have to do in advance to prepare for it. So our office has been going out and working with these departments on the drills, getting together on how to go through the drills for the test, and their paperwork, just reviewing it to make sure that they have everything they need and it's assembled in a way that it can be easily reached.
I like to feel like this board has had a part in helping achieve things like you mentioned to us here this evening. We've tried to provide good equipment, we've tried to provide training, we've been conscious of staffing needs, and I think that kind of helps build helps with the process of trying to get better ratings. And there may be other things that still down the road need to be looked at, but all in all, I think it's been a good cooperative spirit between our fire commission, fire departments, and this board. And it's just amazing to me how much can be accomplished when people work together. I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Morris?
Hey, Scott, good report on both counts. Is there a potential that we'll eventually get all the departments' ratings down, or is there any reason we couldn't eventually achieve that goal?
There's no reason that we can't. It's, like I say, it was just a matter of time of getting the state, like I say, they have to do the whole state. So when we have to do requests, they can only do so many at a time.
Okay.
So it is, and as these departments contact us, we try to get out and help them. And like I say, we've been working with 3 departments right now that are ready to move forward and should be making a phone call any time now.
So you think they're all interested in eventually doing this, all the departments are?
Yes, and that's the biggest way that, other than providing the service that the fire departments can give back to the communities that they serve, is by lowering these insurance ratings. And
Okay,
all of the chiefs and departments are on board with trying to move forward to this.
absolutely. Okay, great. Congratulations, you guys, for achieving that. That's all I have.
Thank you, sir.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
Is this an annual recert?
No, it's every 5 years.
Okay, all right. So as you progress through with some of these other departments, it should theoretically get easier for you guys that started on the front. It's probably pretty tough, I'm sure, but now you kind of know what to expect with some of the other departments as well. So.
And even with our office, as we go through these inspections, we've been taking plenty of notes and stuff that we can go out and provide this information to these departments to try to help get them ready.
That's all. Sorry.
You know, we have a lot of good employees that work here in this county, and it's people like y'all that make a huge difference. Makes our job easier, and it's stuff like it that I can't thank y'all enough. And to the 2 gentlemen back there, thank y'all a whole lot. I live in Lawsville, so I'm looking forward to that decrease right there. I'll be able to take my wife out to eat this time of our anniversary and spend more than $10. But really, thank y'all for all your help, and we appreciate all your hard work. And it's like I said, it's the small things like this right here that nobody sees that goes on in the background that makes a big difference, and we appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I get Shannon to get a quick picture of BJ and Atherton and Scott real quick? Maybe get this in, possibly ask Neil if he'll put it in the newspaper for us. Sure. Would you 3 gentlemen mind having your picture made real quick? Thank you. If y'all could come on up.
Y'all want to come on up here to the front?
Shannon is a professional photographer.
Professional, I don't know. You guys want to get a picture with me?
We don't want to ruin it.
No, just
We don't
those 3.
you guys, yeah.
You guys want to do the work right there.
Certainly. Certainly.
Let's just put you here since we're going to just do you guys.
And if y'all wouldn't mind joining me in a round of applause for these gentlemen right here. Thank y'all. We'll move now to our discussion agenda. As before the meeting, we decided to move item H up. So up first, we have the propane vehicles and Commissioner Morris.
Okay, yeah, I'm the one that asked this to be placed on the agenda. I think probably the best way to do it, Mr. Chair, I'll just read the quick narrative that was in the agenda for the benefit of those who may not have had a chance to check it online or whatever. I requested this item be placed on the agenda to determine the board's position on adding additional propane fuel vehicles to the county fleet. The background on this request is that a few years ago, the county partnered with Hall Propane in Walnut Cove, North Carolina, to do a pilot program to test the cost savings and other benefits of adding propane fuel vehicles, where the vehicle burns and carries both gasoline and propane. The pilot program converted Sheriff Department vehicles that were used in Walnut Cove for the purposes of the pilot program. To my knowledge, the pilot program has worked out well with significant cost savings and extended maintenance schedules for the vehicles. When we embarked on this program, Mr. Clyde Hall, the owner of Hall Propane, said if the pilot program went well and additional vehicles were converted to propane, that he might consider providing a propane fueling station for the county. This of course, would require enough vehicles to be converted to justify a fairly significant cost of installing a fuel station. I think if we have reached a point where there's enough data available from both the county pilot program, the county's pilot program, plus other sources, and one of those other sources is Hall Propane's vehicles. They operate all their pickup trucks on propane. To decide if we want to pursue additional use of propane vehicles.
I think Google picked up on something you said and was answering it for you.
Siri answering your question for you.
Thought I was hearing things. I think we also owe Hall Propane a decision on how we intend to proceed on this, since it's been a while since we did the program or started the pilot program. So during our meeting, I'd like to get some legal advice from the county attorney on how, and it doesn't have to be this meeting, but to get some advice from the county attorney on how we should proceed if we want to expand this partnership with Hall Propane by adding additional propane-powered vehicles to the county fleet. And what I'm talking about there with legal advice is, the procurement law type advice, if we want to do an expanded program, requirements for competition, that sort of thing. So, and the sheriff's here, he's told me he'd come, so he can probably give us some information if you want it on the success of the program so far, and I think it's gone well. The only downside I've heard from several of the deputies is the amount of space that the propane tank takes up in the vehicle, which they can use for other purposes. But I basically just want to get this on the table. Don't necessarily need to do anything with it tonight other than maybe get a feel for where the commissioners stand, what questions you may have, and then I would think if we want to proceed, we could get some of Hall Propane's folks up here to answer those questions and decide if we want to do this or not do it.
Okay.
That's what I have, Mr. Chairman.
I guess my biggest question I'd have on it, the cost savings period, how much we're putting up front, how long will it take to pay that off in the long run there?
It takes a conversion, I'll get Mike to help me with this, but it takes a conversion kit that you have to install. I think they were, 3 or 4 or 5,000, something like that when we did it. And then once you buy that, you can move it from one vehicle to the other. And as far as the cost savings, I think there's a big cost savings in fuel. So I would maybe ask Mike to address that.
The kit itself was around 3,500, and the install was around 1,800 at the time that we done it, which is about 3 years ago now. Clyde Hall, as a pilot program, supplied the first 2 kits, and the first year on the vehicles, on fuel alone, it saved about $6,500 per vehicle, depending on how much travel was done that particular year, but on average, it's about $6,500 per vehicle. So the kids would have paid for themselves the first year. After that, we own the kits, and then to transfer the kits out, it's about $2,000 now to transfer the kits out to another vehicle. But once you own it, it's no cost for the conversion kit itself, other than the change out. And so the 2 vehicles we got, both of them they're running about 740, 750 miles per tank. Is what we're getting off of them through the government program that was set up at the time we agreed to this. It was 61 cents per gallon is what we're paying for fuel. And the option was laid out there that we could also pre-buy LP when it's at a lower price, and they'd be willing to store it for us at a lower price. But now, that's not also including the oil changes. We went from changing oil every 5,000 miles. After the 2 test cars were set up, and we ran them for about 15,000 miles, we changed the oil at 5,000, and the oil was still gold, the filter was still clean, so we went to a 10,000 mile change to see what that'd be like. The oil's still coming out clean, and the filters are still clean. We could probably push it out further, but because of warranty reasons, don't really want to, but we're doubling the oil life in them, and the vehicles are burning cleaner. We've not had no issues out of any of them, and The space issues in the trunks of them. Now, the new Interceptors is coming out. Some of those are SUVs. They've done away with the cars, which gives them a little more space to put the kits in there. And the kits are probably some of the safest being put out there. They're 10 times thicker than a regular fuel tank. The safety devices, if any kind of type of leak or unnecessary use, it automatically shuts itself down. Out of the last 3 years, we've not had any of them shut down. They have not had any problems out of them, but on an average vehicle, we're saving, just on fuel alone, about $6,500 per vehicle. So within the first year, it pays for the kit, and I'd like to see us do some more. And I talked to Scott Aaron with the Fire Marshal's Office, which is 4 trucks in operation. He's willing to try it because sometimes they're on a scene for lengthy amounts of time, which will keep him to have to worry about running out of fuel during those times they're sitting there. If anybody's got any questions for me, I appreciate you inviting me, Rick. If anybody's got any questions for me, I'll be glad to answer.
Has there been any spike in the insurance rates when these things are put on? Does that make a difference?
I didn't see no change on the insurance ratings as far as adding the tanks to them. You know, it's in a big savings as far as fuel. And I'm probably one of the top users of fuel per year, which if I'd done several vehicles, could cut the fleet down, as far as the fleet fuel down a lot over a period of time. And the rate, as far as 61 cents per gallon on the government program, has not changed. And at the time that we had this agreement with How Oil, fuel was running almost $3.50 a gallon, and I know fuel prices dropped, but like everything else, it's gonna probably go back up. But our prices remain the same for that, and we do get a rebate for it.
And for the average of $6,500 per car savings a year, about how many miles are those cars traveling?
Somewhere around 30,000 miles per year.
Okay. Thanks, Sheriff. Commissioner Mendenhall?
Well, Mike, I appreciate all your information. I really don't think I need to ask you any further questions. I think what Commissioner Morris said as far as Owen Hall Propane, a decision soon, I can go on with that. I have no problem with that. I did see in our statement here on the letterhead from Commissioner Morris that says when we embarked on this program, Mr. Hall, the owner of Hall Propane, said that if the pilot program went well and additional vehicles were converted to propane, he might consider providing a fueling station for the county. This would require enough converted vehicles to justify the cost of installing the station. So, I mean, I think we probably need to get either Clyde or someone or some of his people up here and find out some of the answers to some of these questions.
Agreed.
But Mike, as far as, I don't think I have any other questions.
Commissioner Jones?
Yeah, Mike, I appreciate your information on this. I don't really have anything for you. I think it would be more for our county manager and Ty to make sure that this aligns with our leasing program with the enterprise, and then the resale value of the vehicles that we put back into it, you know, how it would affect that. It may actually be a positive thing because these vehicles run much cooler than traditional fuel. So, you know, when someone's looking at a potential vehicle to buy and you're expecting for wear and things of that nature, these, from what I've researched, are very clean vehicles. But I think going forward, we need to really discuss it pretty quickly because we all talked about in our budgetary items this year, refueling stations around the county and where we were going to strategically place them in the future. This is something that we're thinking about doing, then obviously that would have to be designed into our refueling stations if that's something we're considering. So,
Just to let you know, when the contract was being worked on for Enterprise, I did inquire, and they said they didn't have any problems with them being hooked up.
okay.
And most of your new vehicles, gasoline-wise, are able to be converted.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great idea. I'd be willing to move along and really research it. Sounds like there's a huge cost savings along with all the other maintenance and things of that nature on the vehicle. So that's all I have.
All right, thank you, sir. Commissioner Walker?
Thank you, sir. Sheriff, I remember when we initially discussed this project, or the pilot program, Commissioner Morris was county manager then, so he was involved. We had to, as someone mentioned, the representatives from Hall come over and did a good presentation for us, and there was a lot of initial interest on the part of the county. And we're certainly glad to see us have at least 2 vehicles going. Nothing surprises me about Commissioner Morris's memo, because it's exactly according to what we intend to do initially. Put some out, try it, see how they did. If it did well, look at expanding it. So that's where we are now. The only thing that surprises me is I kind of figured this would come up sooner than it actually has. I know I've asked you a couple of times along, I believe, how the propane vehicles were doing, and always got a good positive response. The only thing I heard on the slightly negative side, if my memory is correct, on propane they might not have as much pep as they do on gasoline. Close, but not, just a little difference. Is that still the case, or am I remembering right? Or I didn't remember any other negative in any way, except maybe the one that Commissioner Morris mentioned at this meeting about the space. And that seems to be in the process of taking care of itself with the new type vehicles we're getting.
I'll be honest with you, on the newer vehicles that they're installed on, the kits, I've not noticed any difference when it switches from gasoline to propane as far as power. Or I know initially we had some problems with one of them, as far as you could tell a little difference on it, but I think they've got that worked through.
Oh, good.
Where you can't even tell when they convert from one to the other. And all that's set up to do automatically. When the vehicle starts up, it starts up with gasoline. Then propane takes over, and it'll burn all the propane. And once it gets so many pounds low, gasoline takes back over. So
High tech.
if we're hauling the inmate down to the coast, and these vehicles are used some to do long trips with, if we haul the inmate down to the coast and come back, instead of having to stop going down or coming back, one of the two, we're not having to make no stops nowhere. We're able to make the round trip without having to worry about fuel. And then on patrol, the officers work 5 days 1 week, 12-hour shifts, and 2 days the next, and they can go a full week with the tank, which is
Currently, where are they being filled, at Hall's
Halls.
facility? I don't see any downside. I didn't in the beginning, and I don't at this point. I wish we could expand it as much as reasonably possible, as soon as possible. I remember looking on the internet at one time and seeing that the bulk rate for propane was 60 cents. I thought, well, how can that be? That's so much less than gasoline. But it seems to be holding there, near there. That's amazing.
the United States is producing a whole lot more natural gas than LP now. So it's kept our prices down on it. And like I say, if I remember correctly, Commissioner Morris, when Clyde and them was here, they said that when prices were low, they would pre-sale to us if they lowered to the point we were interested and store it for us at no cost, as far as for the county government.
One benefit I'm seeing, one blessing, if I may use that word, is that we have a business like Hall here in our county who's willing to work with us to the extent that it sounds like they are. That's really going to help get this program moving probably quicker than it would have if we didn't have someone like them who was helping us with it.
I agree.
So very thankful that they're on board to the extent they are. Now, are you seeing any downside at all? Anything that would cause us to maybe have to do a little more thinking about it? Are you completely on board with going forward with this?
I'm completely on board. If I seen a downside, I'd speak my mind on it, and I would have made it clear before we ever started today with this, but I've not seen the downside to it. You know, the trunk spaces in the cars were small as it was. The tanks are about the size of a spare tire. So that'll give you an idea how much room it takes up in there. And you've got your safety devices that's put on the tanks, which takes up a little more space. But you have some room in the cars, but on the SUVs, there would be more room.
Now, this started a couple of years or so ago, didn't it? Maybe
3 years.
Even over about 3 years.
Yeah.
So we have a pretty good bit of experience at this point, and everything's still looking good. Well, I'm completely on board, ready to move forward with it. Appreciate Commissioner
Yes.
Morris bringing it to our attention, and like I say, everything's proceeding just exactly like we planned for it to in the beginning. Just surprised that it didn't come back up quicker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just a couple more things, Mike, real quick. The current fueling station's at a fairly central location. I mean, I guess, isn't it, if we add more vehicles, can't you just fuel them there at his place for a while?
Oh, yeah, we can still fuel there.
And not be in a rush to add a fueling station for the county.
They've set up, right now the sheriff's office has a count there, and they set up it's similar to a charge card. And the fueling process is real simple. But it's not a problem going down there and fueling up. And if we had a tank here in Danbury, it'd make it a lot simpler, but it's not a make or break thing for me.
There's not another location in the county to fuel it, is it? Just
Not that
that
I'm
one
aware of.
right now? You're right about him saying he would buy fuel cheap and hold it for us. I remember that conversation. If we wanted to do that at some point. I think we'll get good info from him on his trucks that he operates, his pickup trucks with propane. If fire marshal or whoever has any questions with their trucks. Ty, is there any issue with us can do sole sourcing with him on this and continuing to add vehicles? And
I'm not sure.
It's your, what do you think of?
Statute.
Oh, okay.
I can.
Okay, well, I would recommend, Mr. Chair, that we just put it on discussion again, invite Clyde's folks up here to answer questions. And then we can have a legal update on it as well, on how we need to proceed.
That sounds good. Is the rest of the board good with that? Mr. Walker?
One more question for our sheriff before he goes back to his seat. If everything were to go particularly well as we could hope for, how many vehicles could we have on the road using propane this time next year?
It takes about a week for the company to install the tank. And the reason they're slow about it, they make sure there's no leaks. They test them. They run it through a process once they do it. That would be up to the commissioners, how much you want to invest initially. If you've done a couple of dozen in a year's time, I think you'll see a big difference in the fuel cost within a year. Like I say, the first year pretty well pays for the conversion. And after that, it's where you really have an impact.
Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sheriff
Thank
Marshall. Okay, we'll move on to the next item. Stokes County Health Department Annual Health Report and Vaccine Fee Schedule. We have our Health Director, Ms. Tammy Martin. How you doing, Tammy?
Good evening. Good, are you? I gave you a copy prior to the meeting. As you can see, our numbers have gone up for adult health, child health. The numbers for prenatal have dropped a little bit, but they kind of go up and down over the year. And WIC is down all over the state. So we're looking at new ways to try to get our enrollment up. We've been placing Facebook ads, going out in the community, trying to recruit people. We have a ad out there now where they can email us if they want to join, and we'll reach out to them. And recently, because of the drop in the prenatal numbers, we have adjusted our contract with Baptist. They, I think it was 2013, we initially started that contract, and it hasn't been reviewed since then. and they were supposed to be spending 8 hours one day a week here. And it was at 75,000. And I met with Dr. Lord in this month, and we've dropped it to half a day, one day a week, 45,000 because of the drop in numbers. And we're going to review it annually to see if we need to increase, because basically they were coming here and only doing a half a day of work, but still getting paid that full amount. Other than that, do you have any questions about the report?
I'll start with Commissioner Yance.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this to our attention. The only thing that strikes me a little bit, and I was thinking of the past, and Commissioner Mendenhall, I'm sure he's well aware of this, of being with the school system, but when you talk about WIC and the people that are actually signing up, and then you talk about the school system, I know we had issues with people that would sign up for free and reduced, even though it was warranted. I mean, there's a lot of people that deserve it that just simply wouldn't sign up. So moving forward, I guess, I mean, I hate to say it's a good and a bad thing. Stokes County is so small and everyone knows everyone. But again, Stokes County is so small and everyone knows everyone. So you have some people that are really reluctant to sign up for things like that. Is there something that we can do to address that?
They can do it through the email so nobody knows, and then we can reach out to them. But they have to come in ever so often. We do have the cards now, so they don't have to do the paper vouchers. It's just like checking out with your debit card. And they don't have to come in to have those loaded. They can do lessons online, and they call and tell us, and we can go in the system and check to make sure it's completed and load the card. But ever so often, they have to come in for those height and weights on the kids and to just meet for nutrition education.
The screening process?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand that. I was just trying to...
And other counties have tried, and we're trying to get grants to go out to the pre-Ks, like the Head Start things too, and try to go out and do it there so the parents can come there and they can do everything there. It's just getting the funding.
Okay. Thank you.
Is there Commissioner Mendenhall?
I don't have a lot of comments on this. It's very thorough. I thought you did a good job on this in every aspect of the health department. And I've looked over it 2 or 3 times and just want to say thank you for the good job you're doing right now.
Thank you.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes, sir. One thing that kind of catches my curiosity is the number of scheduled versus seen, that ratio. That's
Yeah.
a lot of folks that are not showing up.
It is, and we have that every day. Some days we'll have 30 patients, some days we'll have 15. With us, you never know, because we're not going to charge you a no-show fee. So there's no consequence. You can cancel, you can no-show, you can reschedule.
That's a pretty significant difference. Tabby, what are, other than WIC, we've discussed it pretty thoroughly, what other than that particular aspect of your department's operation catches your attention in any way with this particular report?
All the numbers are up. Prenatal, we're trying to work to get it back up. And it's just up and down. It depends on the season. We want to try to talk to Dr. Newsom and see if we can actually get Medicare patients in the future. I think that would help, because currently we don't see Medicare.
So what is between us and being able to do that?
We have to have him working, an MD working at the health department, like so many days a week or month. Because right now we have the FMP and the PA. He would actually have to see so many patients before we could see Medicare patients.
Has he expressed any interest in being
I
willing
haven't
to
talked to
consider
him yet, but
something
we're
like
looking
that?
into it, because I think with our flu shot numbers so far, a lot of Medicare patients come to get their flu shots. And I think more would come if we could see them for their PCP too, because it's close.
So would that make some difference for the department or a big difference?
I think that would increase our numbers a lot.
Well, hopefully it'll work out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Sir, thank you.
Appreciate you sharing the information with us.
Commissioner Morris?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Hey, Tammy, it's a good report and everything. It triggered one question for me for you that I need you to help me figure out. by way of background, we did a thing where we sold the schoolhouse up in Francisco to Mark Black about 2 or 3 years ago, I guess now. And he converted it in, did us a great favor, did the county a great favor by converting it into a manufacturing facility. I think he spent $1 million, it looks like, just in equipment that he's put in it and renovations. At that time, he was trying to get the sewer expanded to maybe get at least 20 people that could work up there. And I've stopped by there several times during the year. About a month ago, I was over there, and he has been sent down more rabbit holes trying to get this sewer approved. It started back, I think I might have even been involved in it before I left, with Trish from the state coming down saying 20 people would be no problem whatsoever. Well, he's had nothing but the runaround since then, and he's still at 12. What concerns me is, you know, he builds cabinets up there. It's what he's currently doing. He has another facility that's like halfway between here and Charlotte that also builds cabinets. And probably within the span of a weekend, he could move that whole factory to the other factory and do cabinets. Because I've had discussions with him about this business model, and it cost him more to produce up here in northern Stokes County than it does in Charlotte, where his customer base is, or close to Charlotte. So, you know, he's pretty frustrated. I think he never complains to me. I just keep calling him and asking him, has anybody done anything? The last time I was by there, we were supposed to be getting a call back from a contractor or something that was going to solve the problem. And I think I had an email with you like in January of this year where it was at 12, and it's still at 12. And so I'm not sure who needs to work this, but I think it needs to be a really high priority of the county that we facilitate him getting those additional. I mean, he's running a sewer, he's got a licensed operator, he's running a sand pit or whatever you call it, sewer that used to service hundreds of people. So anybody with any gumption knows that he's not, 20 people is not going to cause any problem up there. And he's also been collecting samples or measuring how much use he's had. But he's still, you know, just sitting there getting no response, based I can tell. I texted him last night, just one last time, any change, nothing. So I don't know who's it specifically needs to work this, but I think if the county government doesn't facilitate him getting these new positions approved, at least up to 20, and you know, he could potentially do probably 40 or 50 people sometime. He's got space he's not using that I think he might consider moving other operations into if he could get the sewer approval to hire the people. But you know, he's stuck at 12, and you know, and he's a really community-minded guy. That's probably why part of the reason he's still there. He lets them do the farm fest up there and all that stuff. But you know, you can't expect him to make bad business decisions just to take care of Stokes County. So
I'll get with Brandon and see the backstory to it.
okay.
And see what I can do.
Well, I think we need to make this like a really high priority that
I'll get with Brandon tomorrow.
we get this fixed before he does decide to move or do something different. So
I understand.
okay. Other than that, I thought the report looked really good.
Thank you, sir. Tammy, appreciate all you do for us.
In addition, those fees that were attached, they need to be approved, which I guess would be 2 weeks from now, because those fees have not been, I don't think, changed since probably 2013 either. So we're losing money.
These were the fees that we talked about,
These
matches adjoining counties and
Yeah,
everything.
these were the fees. Because some of the fees we're paying more for the vaccine than we're actually charging the patients.
Right.
But that could just be moved to next agenda.
Okay.
Action. Yes.
Needed on action.
Yes, please.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Tammy. Okay, we'll go ahead and move on to the item B, LKC Engineering Water Project, and we have Mr. Bill Lester and Mark Lacey.
Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, this was something we're placing on the agenda from the last board meeting we had because the board wanted to discuss with LKC Engineering and get more information from them. But you know, the committee has selected them as a qualifying engineer to move forward with this. We have requested that this engineer to be placed on the action agenda as soon as possible. Please keep in mind that we have something in matters that is really dependent on us moving forward with the water line, and maybe will affect any kind of grant money that we may get. So I hope this turns out to be a very informative session for our boards, and our boards can move forward with this water project.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Oakley. Thank you, Chairman and Board. Thank you for inviting us tonight. We're excited to be here. I've met a few of you before, so I guess maybe glad to be back. I am Bill Lester. Mark Lacey's with me. We've both worked on a recent project with the merger regionalization feasibility study. Years ago, we both worked on a water and sewer feasibility study for the county. To give you a little bit of a background, because some of you that I did meet over 7 years ago, I worked somewhere else. We began LKC Engineering 7 years ago. It's probably obvious I've been out of school a little bit longer than 7 years, but I've been doing this work for over 31 years, and I've been doing general civil engineering serving rural North Carolina. That's just what I do, and that's what I'll do till I retire. LKC Engineering is a firm that we founded over 7 years ago, myself and two partners. We felt the need to do something we had a pretty good passion for, and to continue serving rural North Carolina, quite honestly, is our number one priority. We've been fortunate. We have continued to do things that we learned in years prior. I think this coming Monday morning, we will hire our 39th employee. So we're still doing those great things in rural North Carolina. Honestly, about 75% of our work is general civil engineering, working for small towns and counties around the state. We are a full-service civil engineering firm. Surveying, planning, landscape architecture is a part of our work. We do some private work. That's another division that I am obviously involved in, but I do not participate in. So we have a lot going on, and we're kind of proud of the growth. We could grow faster, but we're trying to grow with a lot of empathy, not just for the employees, but for the clients as well. So we thank you for being here. We are excited. I'm excited. I grew up just a little outside of Sandy Ridge and Price, if anybody has ventured over to that community. And I still am in this area a lot. The town of Madison, the town of Mayodan, the town of Stoneville, as well as Rockingham County, another rural county, are clients of mine and have been for about 25 years. And we've been able to accomplish a lot of good things there. A lot of funding. Had a lot of great funding opportunities over 25 years between those four clients. I think we have leveraged and completed projects that probably exceed $60 million cumulative. So a lot of good things, and we hope to begin and maybe continue in your case, but begin for us to help you do some of the same things. I know the project we're looking at has a lot of emphasis on the Meadows community, which we do have some familiarity. The merger regionalization study, again, that was a great funded project. It gave you some grant money, let you get out and do some studying. Yes, it was for regionalization feasibility, but it was able to look at all of these things too, put cost estimates together, some things we've shared with staff already in draft form, and kind of give you a little bit of a springboard to look at some things. We're able to look at kind of hydraulics of how things move. I think we even have options of looking at the southern line in the Danbury system, which obviously that's a tremendous cost, but and then you dial that back down into some smaller things, interconnections with Madison, not small, but smaller. And then obviously a really big focus on things around Meadows and Danbury. So that's give us kind of the background or a renewed background of that area. We're excited about that opportunity. We think our expertise, again, I'll say that word empathy, that's something we built our values around because we do like to think we're thinking about what matters to you, how it affects you, how it affects the citizens, how the relationships are built, and we think that's a huge part of the engineering process. So that's a quick background. I'm here as long as you need me. If there's some questions or some things that I can talk about and maybe answer that you have for us and LKC Engineering.
Well, Mr. Lesser, I'd like to thank you guys for coming out tonight and answering questions for us, along with Commissioner Morris. Man, sorry, I was looking down that way and seeing you. We're on the board with a committee that went over 4 different ones, and after going through y'all's packet, quite impressed. I'd also reached out to Commissioner Berger over in Rockingham County. You guys come highly recommend it. So with that, I'm just looking forward to the board concurring to this and moving forward. So with that, I'll move Commissioner Mendenhall.
Mr. Lester, I just want to thank y'all for coming out tonight. I'm not going to have the questions. I'm going to allow the other 3 commissioners to ask their questions because Commissioner Nicholson, our chairman, and we were our 2 board members on this selection committee. So I've gone through this with a fine-tooth comb, and our committee selection was your company. We felt like your company best fitted our needs, and so I, along with the chairman, we've really studied this thoroughly, so I really don't have any questions where I've gone through this. So I'm going to let our chairman pass it down to the other 3 commissioners.
Thank you.
I don't really have any extensive questions for you. I'm going to pass it on and give my time to the other 2. I may have something when we come back around. Thank you.
Mr. Walker.
Thank you, sir. Boy, I've got all kinds of time, All right. Appreciate you folks being here this
Full
evening.
3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Thank you, sir.
That's only a minute each for the other 2 plus 5 minutes.
I'm okay on time as long as they are.
See, you've gotten a lot of grants. I counted 47 that weren't even close to finishing the list. And you're very successful in that regard.
Well, I certainly don't mean this in a braggart way, but that's not even close to the full list. That's just the ones most recently at LKC.
Well, that sends a good message because we certainly could use some grants in this project as well as future
We're
projects.
certainly hoping for that too, sir. And as part of the merger realization study, we actually did reach out to some funding agencies. So we've talked to them about the various overall projects. So I know that what you do going forward is something that we would immediately talk to a few of them about. And that's not ruling any out. That's just a few that had interest early on. I'll put it that way.
You might have heard our county manager make a brief comment a little earlier about we really need to press forward with what we're looking at here because it can have a bearing on how certain things happen within our county. What's your thoughts regarding that particular statement of being able to really move things along?
Well, I'll answer that 2 ways. As far as LKC, we're very much in a position to move forward with you and help you move forward. I feel like you might be talking about maybe the position of the county wanting to move forward and what it would do for you. And I do think that what I've seen working in many other areas, since Rockingham County is your neighbor, I'll use them as an example, being in a position to leverage funds and to request them from any potential source is having plans in place, and that's not always design. It's things like having a study complete. It's knowing what you want to do and having a clear vision and being ready for things like economic development that may arise. When economic development's coming along, there are some funding programs that we can access there, but if you start by going, well, let's figure out what it is we need, and then we'll do it, then it's just a little bit more time in the process. So when time is of the essence, having kind of a plan and knowing what you're moving towards is a really big bonus. I'd say economic development usually happens quickest of a lot of these things. And to keep pace with that, you need to kind of be ready to move. And that's happening a lot in Rockingham County right now, is projects that are actually now being built because things are coming.
What would it take on the county's side, or what action would it take from the county for things to start happening?
As far as design and going forward with the project?
Next steps.
Okay. I think next steps of a project that we see coming forward the way it was presented, not just what we saw through the study, but the way it was presented in the request for qualifications, is you're going to need to look to place that funding in place, because to get the right funding, all of them require a little bit different upfront work. That doesn't mean you can't do some design. If we have things that we know are activities that will be implemented, it's just a question of where the money comes from. You can start that concurrently. But I do think that the most important piece is making sure we identify the funding. USDA and the ARC, for instance, those are type fundings that kind of require the same thing, because USDA, you probably know this, they kind of help manage and administer some of that money, so that they kind of see things a lot the same. ARC is a little more job-based. USDA is community-based. There's different things that we can use to leverage their money. If we were to go to the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, that's a different timeline. It's kind of a different upfront arrangement of things that are needed. So funding and identifying that and putting a system in place is the key. And that's why I mentioned earlier that we, through the feasibility study, we've talked to a few of those folks and kind of got a few that we do think are interested. Well, we know they're interested because they've told us that, but it doesn't mean they're the best. We need to vet it and make sure and move forward.
What specific action by this board would need to happen to have things move forward at as quick a pace as possible in this instance?
Well, I think the legal answer, I should probably say, is to have us under contract and give us direction to move forward. I'm kind of a very trusting soul. If there's things we need to do in the interim, I would be glad to move forward with you. But I think the next step to actually engage it is probably to enter a contract, make sure we got that scope developed on what you need me to do, and then we move forward.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Morris?
Thank you.
Thanks, Bill. I think we worked together on that study, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
A while back. Good
Yes,
to
sir.
see you again. Good to see you. I just have a few kind of general type questions. If it's not proprietary or whatever, kind of what's your process for getting funds? And my question is like, do you just submit something because it looks like it matches and wait and see? Or do you have personal relationships with legislators that you work on, or how do you go about? Because this was my number one metric in our discussion before you got here. Is how is whoever we select going to get outside funds for us, so we don't have to use our local funds?
Okay, so first and foremost, I hope that my 31 years of doing this has kind of given me the vision, so to speak, to see all the programs. You probably saw a lot of community development block grants. If you remember when the North Carolina Rural Center was funding a lot of things, we accessed that program. We kind of miss it because there was a lot of money that came through that program. Drinking water and clean water SRF programs. USDA, I'm not sure many people have received more grants for their clients recently than we have. And it's not because we go out looking, wow, that community looks like they could get grants, let's go find a project. We've not done that, because that's, to us, the relationship is what comes first. It's not seeking cash. So we'll develop the relationship. We start seeing your needs. I'll be honest with you. In your case, if I think I said it a while ago, I'll restate it. USDA rural development and ARC kind of rose to the top pretty quick. Like, I think there's something there. We should kind of poke that a little bit. So we did. I mean, Garland Burnett with USDA we've talked to. He's encouraged us to continue to talk to ARC as this project moves forward. Kind of told us how it could work, because it is jobs-based, so you have to kind of tie it. But that's been positive, you know. They don't even know a project yet, but they understand there's something going on. And we use those relationships, absolutely. We know all of the funding agencies. We're again, that's another relationship to us. We've built those over the years. We have those from the Community Development Block Grant and Economic Development over to the Community Revitalization to infrastructure. We work in all those programs on an ongoing basis. I do know some legislators, but that's never been first contact. You know, the project needs to be developed. We need to understand what's good for it. But I will go on your behalf and with you if you'd like to sit down and explain something, if it's that important that it can be some kind of legislation help. We have done that before, and we do have relationships there. But I do feel in your case there's some great things, and I haven't mentioned it because I don't know that you know this name, but one of the longest running USDA rural development representatives in the state is Alan Hart, who retired a little over a year ago, and he now works for LKC as well.
Okay.
And Alan helps, and Alan doesn't just help us create these infrastructure projects. For our ongoing clients, part of our relationships, and we just did this last week in the town of Madison, there's a lot of community facilities and things that are needed sometimes, and if you qualify for things like loans and grants, it's usually a little bit of grant, but every little bit helps for things like police cars and fire trucks and things like that. You know, what Alan's done is he'll work with us to sit down with you just to give you another little service to help move a project along if you hadn't thought about that. So, but he also uses that expertise to continue to touch the agencies, and he helped us during this study to go ahead and make contacts with Garland and a few people to talk to them. Even though we know them, he was not only respected by us on the consulting side. Alan's a long-time great person within the USDA, so that'll be another bonus, I think, for the team.
Yeah, well, the reason for my question was, you know, I was in on doing this project to start with. It we're sort of finishing, I would say, by putting this water in. And, you know, I did like 20 briefings to all these agencies at the state and legislators and everybody you could think of to get money. So I just kind of wanted to make sure that's kind of how you guys went about it.
Absolutely. We want to talk to everybody and chase any potential funding that'll help the project go forward. You know, and in my comments about saying I serve rural North Carolina, that's quite honestly how you serve rural North Carolina usually in our business is you need to understand that there is going to be some funding, you know, mostly grant funding needed to get something off the ground, but sometimes you need loan money. I mean, sometimes how do we find a way to make a loan work? But in this particular case, I think we got some definite possibility for a percentage grant. We just got to get to where that percentage is if we went USDA, and then look at other things that would supplement that, hopefully.
Let me ask you the next logical question is, and I know you can't really answer this specifically on our project because it's not that well defined yet, but give me a general idea of how much local funds you think we'll have to match to get whatever funds, I mean, maybe based on other projects you're doing or whatever.
It'll depend a little bit. I'll give you a for instance. If we had a project that was just ARC, they'll give us up to $300,000, but they'll only do 50% of the project. That doesn't mean that it's all got to come out of local pockets. It could be a loan of some other kind and partnered with. Matter of fact, I think I would recommend in this case we take a part out, you know, whether it be a tank or a well or something, and set it over here for ARC and maybe look for something else. So that could end up being local if it's something you have an appetite for, to just keep it separate. But I would also say not do that until we looked at the bigger picture. Maybe bring them in with USDA and rural development and sit down. With rural development, their term for that is skin in the game. And what they'll do is they'll look at your finances and say, we see how we could give you a certain percentage loan, certain percentage grant, but we also think your skin in the game is this. That's usually a low number because most people don't have that kind of money in the bank to make a major commitment. And if they see you as a potential grant recipient, that usually means it's not going to be very much. I'll give you a for instance. I know Stoneville as a town is much smaller than you. I think they put in about $15,000 in a project that recently got loan and grant funding with USDA. So it could be more than that, but it's not going to be $150,000 usually. That kind of money is usually if you're leveraging economic development and bridging the gap, or ARC if you want to be the match from within.
Okay. Well, given all the work it takes to get this grant funding or whatever kind you end up trying to go for, I'm a believer that you should never have like single source funded projects. You should get funding, like you said, promised from one person, then or one organization, and then start leveraging that to get it from others. And so, hopefully, you know, we've talked about a scope, I think I saw of 8,700 feet, linear feet or something. I would hope, you know, once you get the ball rolling on this, and if you can start leveraging one against the other to get funds, that we don't limit the scope of what we want to do, because we had, as part of our initial project, and I think Mark's probably discussed this with you, we bought a water design where we were going to have a tank down at South Stokes Fire Department.
I've seen that.
So I'd like for you guys to factor that into your whole thought process, because what I'm interested in is meadows kind of as the minimum requirement, but we may have a bigger water requirement for the whole county that we could address at the same time possibly if we start leveraging funds and so forth.
And we like that because, like I said, what we looked at in feasibility study, put estimates to, is probably more than we're going to do initially. The one thing I would say about leveraging all the funds, that's the way we believe too. The only thing, and I know this is getting into weeds a little too much, but just to make sure you know that we're on your side here.
I like the weeds.
USDA, if we got them to the table, and please don't take this as gospel, what if they said 50-50? I would tell you that is tremendously great for USDA. And it would be something to go after. But here's what would happen. Say we gave them a $3 million project, and they said they'd give us 50% loan, 50% grant. The only problem is if we do something else and other funding that happens after that, we need to make it something else. Because if we got other funding for that particular project, when USDA takes money off, they take it out of the grant side. And it's just their rule. So we just need to proceed, making sure we're focused. And if we do get something ahead and get it nailed down because we're happy with the way it works, then we build onto that next thing that's needed if we find some other funding for economic development or for whatever it might be. You know, maybe we go to ARC for that or something. So there are some little tricks to that, the way you put it together.
And part of what you're going to do is manage the grant for us as part of this project.
Yes,
right?
sir.
Which will, you know those nuances. So that's really is what we need.
Yes, sir.
What's your most recent opinion on Golden Leaf and how they're doing under new leadership and so?
I don't think things at Golden Leaf have changed as far as we've seen it. I'm actually going to see them next week in another community that's in the disaster recovery funding. And I think they're operating about the same. Actually, Miss Dan Gerlach, I liked Dan maybe to provide a broader common sense look and pull some of it in. The staff's a little more in the weeds, but they do a lot of good work, a lot of good funding. In most of my communities, the easier money to get is they kind of do that every 3 or 4 years. They come around and ask for projects from counties, especially those affected like Stokes, Rockingham. And I think you spent some of that in that other project.
We did,
right?
exactly what you're talking about.
That's really good. If they're coming around to get it at the right time, next time, that'd be great. They're a little harder just to have a project, but economic development is still a catalyst for them. Again, in this part of the world, I think a lot of us kind of grew up around communities that are greatly affected by the tobacco industry and the loss thereof. And I don't know that as much money has come to these areas as I feel like should have been. But you need to fight for that. And I guess if there were some legislative contacts for them, that always helps with Golden Leaf. So.
Okay, good. That's good. Like I said, if you just kind of look at our 2035 plan, you probably already have a little bit kind of what we're trying to get to, and keep an open, out-of-the-box type approach to this so we don't limit what we do. I think that would really be good.
Absolutely. And one thing with USDA, if we get a project built, sometimes if it's easy to kind of expand a little bit the scope, that way if we go back and grow or have something great come up that we can't wait for anything else for, we may have already gone through the environmental, so we can pull in maybe some more funding. Even if it were to be loan, if it was in a hurry, you needed it for a reason. So we'll do things like that along the way as needed too.
Okay. Well, General Dan's not having a good week. I don't know if you
I saw that, and I kind of hate that. I think he
I
probably
do too.
means as well as anybody, so.
He treated us very fairly, I thought, so anyway. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lester, Mr. Lacy, I appreciate y'all coming out tonight and answering questions.
Well, we certainly appreciate being here, and thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
We wish to proceed to put this on action agenda next meeting.
Good.
All right. With that, we'll take about a short 5-10 minute break, and we'll be back. meeting back to order. We'll go ahead and move on to item C, the finance options, fiscal year 1920, equipment purchase. Ms. Glenda Pruitt.
In your agenda packet, you will see that we had sent out for some loan quotes like we normally do every year. I sent it out to 4 different banks, kind of the same thing we've done over the years, and we only received 2 back. Julia and I went over both of the proposals, kind of broke it down on which ones we thought was the best option, and we think that First National is the one we would like to recommend going with. They were the lesser rate. They did not charge any other bank charges, so that's the one, First National is who we would like to go with.
Thank you, ma'am. Does any commissioners have any questions or comments from Ms. Pruitt?
I do not.
Glenda, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And it's okay for it to go on the next agenda. I talked to both of them, and they were fine with that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next
Next agenda, yeah. All right, move on to item D, the sales tax referendum. Mr. Oakley.
Well, computer is trying to load.
Oh, it is loading, okay. I'll pass these out while you're loading.
But anyway, the board has been discussing the probability of placing a sales tax on the referendum to be voted on in the primary. I think the board has pretty much agreed that the primary is the time that they would love to have it. This is something that you would need to come together with everyone here, with the school board and with our board and the people in the community to determine exactly how this funding would be spent and how you would use it and allocate it into the county, and also promote this sales tax referendum in a manner that the voters truly understand what you're doing. This is what this is all about, is try to find out the best possible way of handling this. And you'll also see that what Shannon has passed out is a letter from our Board of Education concerning this. And Mr. Chairman, this right here is just basically determining whether or not you'd like to move forward with this sales tax in the upcoming primary election.
Any questions or comments from the board?
But you'll see the letter, Mr. Chairman, from the Board of Education giving you 3 different parts of what they consider safety in their schools. And then you'll also see what in your agenda here for how the resolution can be done, and is what was the board's legal dedicating in the funds and specifically can be used for, how you can determine what needs to be done as far as the actual ballot that will be placed in March during the primary election. And it would be just a ballot of voting for a sales tax period, and not anything saying what it could be used for in coercing any voter to vote for something at that time of checking that box. So with that said is, as you read through it, you can see that there's a lot of things you can do. And then they talk about, each year determining how you're going to allocate this money to be spent, what's coming up. So I'm sure that if this board and the school board and sit down and work and come together on something to where you could looking at a plan over a period of time of establishing what these funds are to be used for.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Walker?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Mendenhall is almost a tie. You want to go ahead?
You go ahead, sir.
My position is the same now as it was even in the beginning of this process, and that is, I'm not interested in just adding another tax onto the backs of our taxpayers. That doesn't catch my interest at all. But if we can reduce the property taxes by what may be a fairer tax, the sales tax, the consumption tax, I would look favorably at that. And I'd even look at it on this basis. A substantial portion of it go to reducing our property tax. and a portion of it go to school needs. And I'm not that interested in trying to tell the schools exactly what to do with this amount or that amount, other than where it's appropriate, not just in general. But I'll not support a tax that's just an added tax, just more tax for our citizens to have to pay. I will support changing from a property tax to a sales tax, even though compared to the size of the budget, it's not a very large amount. I think is a step in the right direction. So that's where I've been all along in this process and will continue to be.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, I'm just sitting here going over some.
If you're looking at
Good question, Jim. You may be able to answer this. I'm not too sure if we worked out a plan so we can provide security for the school.
You're kind of looking at offset just a little bit when it's going to be 2/3 if it, as long as it gets time to good and everything. Yeah.
So I'm saying how we make it. So what is the need for, I don't want to scare ourselves.
Commissioner Morse?
Ready for me?
Yes, sir.
I want to read this letter first before I comment, so can I do that?
Cool. Commissioner Mendenhall?
Somebody else has already read it.
And you know, the school board, they worked real diligent and real hard in coming up with this letter and how they wanted to address the issue of the sales tax. So, and we just got it today, so I can understand why he wants to read and look over it.
Yeah. Let me ask the board this. Would y'all like to take one more meeting, since we just got this right now, to read over this, come back next meeting, discuss it?
Maybe fair to the process to be able to do that and see what questions we might have that we need information for by the next meeting.
Okay.
Just always keep it in mind that you're decent.
Okay. December 20th. Yep. That's the deadline. So after, at the next meeting, we will have to start trying to push forward with this. There's going to be about 2 meetings left before that. So.
What's the deadline?
So you're saying
December 20th.
December 20th, to have it in,
action, it has to be
into the state, the board of elections to get it on the ballot.
what would you consider as far as the action date?
At least the first meeting in December to have
Yeah.
time
That's what I'm
to
asking.
the resolution, but preferably the second meeting in November.
First meeting in December to be the 9th, and if it was finalized on the 9th, then you should be able to, the resolution, you should be
We
able
could get it in
to
by then.
get it into the state before the 20th.
Okay. So y'all just want to go ahead and table this on discussion for the
I'd
next.
actually like to discuss it a little bit more tonight,
Okay.
but not a lot.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just on the new information that we got in our packet.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, my position is the opposite of Commissioner Walker. If we're committing to reduce property tax, I'll not support it, period. That being said, in the stuff you sent out tonight, just to clarify, and kind of this is Ty's area, you can't legally put anything on the ballot or anything about what you're going to use it for. You can't, even if you promise to use it for something, if this board promises to use it for a specific purpose, we don't have to use it for that once we get it. That's true, right? So my question, Ty, is what kind of contract can you make with the voters on, or agreement, or whatever you call it? Or it's definitely, obviously not a legally binding agreement, but what kind of arrangement could you make with the voters to tell them in the resolution what you're going to spend it on, or can you?
The other thing you can do in the resolution is state what you can't.
Okay.
You cannot state that we are going to legally designate this money. You can't legally do that, so you can't represent that. So you can put what you intend to use it for in the resolution, but this board could change its mind in future boards.
Sure, yeah, I understand that.
Something else, under current law, you cannot designate it for specific.
But the resolution would need, I
I don't know how you could even word a resolution hardly, because the boards are gonna change, and unless you just said for 1 year, I'm gonna use it with a current board or something. Did that resolution also state that even though I'm telling you I intended to use it for this, I don't have to? I mean, to be, truth in that information for the, truth in advertising for the voters? But it's kind of fair for the voters to know that, isn't it? Yeah, from a full disclosure standpoint, I kind of think we should.
You just can't, of course, you can't put anything on the ballot.
Exactly.
As far as.
Yeah, I understand that, yeah. I'm just trying to.
That's prescribed by statute, but you can put it in the resolution, so there's just no way to guarantee the voters that this money will be used for the purpose.
Yeah, and I think, that we need to, like you said, full disclosure, need to let them know that even. I mean, and they can always, if you don't use it for what you said, they vote you out eventually over it. But really, that appears to be the only check and balance, right, to do this. I read an article here. I'll read you guys just a couple sentences out of it. It's an article on sales tax from some of our other counties in the state. It said there's a precedent from other counties that county commissioners often find sales tax money too tempting. No matter how specific the promises, voters need information about how the money is being used to hold commissioners accountable. Buncombe County's abuse of its sales tax, approved in 2011, did not come to light until 2018, by which time the county commissioners had diverted $15 million from Asheville Buncombe Technical Community College to the county operating budget. That's just the thing that, we must not do. And then when we talk about my position from the beginning, other than what I just said about the property taxes, that this should be very narrowly focused. I only had in my mind SROs, just to make sure we had an SRO in every school, and this would be a good way to fund that. But, if we're going to do this, I think it has to be very narrowly focused, because given all these rules like we just discussed, where they can't hold us to anything once it gets approved, then we have to have something that's very traceable and very easy to monitor and produces the right kind of reports, so that the public will know we did what we said we were going to do. And to me, this whole thing's getting a little bit overcomplicated, so I'm not sure it's worth the trouble. And the minute you dilute it and even give start adding all this other stuff to it that I think might be in this letter, but I hadn't read it yet, then they're not going to approve it anyway, and it'll just be a big old waste of time trying to market the thing and everything, in my humble opinion. So that's all I have until we officially discuss it next time.
Okay. All right, commissioners have a comment or question?
I just think we're in a very complex situation here. First of all, it can be used, it can be changed, its usage can be changed from year to year. Might use it for one thing this year, might use it for something else next year. That's the very first thing that catches my attention. You have elections, you get different boards, you get different boards with different agendas, with different priorities, and knowing that it can be switched from one thing one year to the next thing next year, that really is that's very complex right there in itself. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm a person of my word, and I'm going to tell you, when we get together on this thing, and I'm just saying this, let's say we pass, as a board, we pass to do the sales tax. And I'm not saying I'm in any way against the sales tax or for it at this point. I want to read over this information. I want to get all the information I can, but I sure don't want us making a decision to do the sales tax and somebody coming up to us and saying, Chairman, what are you going to use this sales tax money for? And you give them an answer, or I give them an answer, either one of us, any of the five of us. And then when it comes through, it's used for something else. Just as Commissioner Morris was talking about going from this to that. I don't like that, because I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. You have just lost that person's trust. You've lost their trust. Because if they come up and look me in the eye and say, Commissioner Mendenhall, if you pass this sales tax referendum, can you guarantee me it's going toward that? And if I say yes and then it doesn't, that person will never trust me again. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is I want to read over this from the school system, and I just, this is not to upset anyone, because, I mean, I haven't made a final decision, but I can tell you one thing. I'm not going to be out there marketing an idea, a concept or something, and people are hearing me say that, and then we do something else. That's losing the trust of the people of Stokes County. I don't want to lose their trust. So that's all I can say at this time. And when we come back in 2 weeks, I think we can have further discussion. And if anybody else wants to say anything at this time, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Yance.
I don't have anything right now.
Okay. Commissioner Walker.
Thanks, sir. One follow-up comment, and in fairness to this board and the situation, Mr. Morris, when did we implement the 4-cent additional tax that was to be designated exclusively for school use? How many years? Anybody remember?
2011 was the first tax.
2011, 12. So was that 7 years, 8 years? And we haven't deviated from that any at all, ever, in 7 to 8 years. We promised the people that we would use that specific amount for a specific purpose. And I think we steadfastly have held to that. The previous boards and this board has not deviated from that at all. And I think by doing that, we've established some credibility with our citizens that we can keep our promise. And we can make a commitment and keep it. And I think action to actually do something like that says volumes. So I would be for this, again, on 2 conditions. I wish Commissioner Morris and I were not at opposite ends on this, but we are, and he's not likely to change, and I certainly am not changing. The only way I would consider it is to promise our citizens that if this passes, a portion of it will go to the schools. And for maybe certain needs, I don't know, that's up to the schools. But certainly a substantial portion of it would go to reducing property taxes. And we're not the only ones who want to reduce property taxes with using something like this. Forsyth County stated, I'd say about a month ago, a few weeks ago, that they were interested in the sales tax also because they wanted to use it to reduce property taxes. And that was, if I remember correctly, I might have missed something, but if I remember correctly, that was the only use they intended for it. But anyhow, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to say that we have a history of keeping our word, the previous boards and this board.
And I just want to say, Commissioner Walker, you're exactly right. We have. But we never read the future of what might happen. It wouldn't take but one time for something not to go right or to go the other way, for them to lose that trust.
Be like the lottery is with their state legislature.
Okay, there you go. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay. Yeah, I stated before, if this was actually voted in and we were just blessed way beyond measure, I would like to see a property tax be lowered. But the thing it is sales tax is only as good as our economy. So Trump 2020, keep us going on that, but that's the only bad thing about it. It all depends on the economy. If it ain't doing good, then it ain't gonna do much. So with that, we'll go ahead and move this on.
Chairman, can I make one, I agree with you.
Sir.
That we don't have a crystal ball on what our requirements are gonna be. We've got a salary study that's gonna be completed this year that we hope to start funding next year, along with who knows what else. And so that's why I'm not committing to reducing property taxes when I don't even know what the requirement's gonna be next year in the budget. So
I agree.
that's all I have for tonight.
You sure you don't want to add something?
I'll just say one thing. When we're talking about property tax and we're talking about sales tax, you know, I've said before that I'd love to see some of it offset it, but in the past week and a half or so, I've also been crunching some numbers, and if you take the amount as a whole, and let's just use round numbers and say it's $1 million, it creates $1 million, the quarter cent. Let's just say that it creates $1 million. And let's say that we commit to using half of that. That's $500,000. And let's say that there's 40-some thousand, well, let's just cut that in half, and now there's 20-some thousand residents in Stokes County. That would get $25 a piece. I mean, I hate to say it, but no one is going to realize that at all. They're going to look at, I mean, I would love to see it if it's really good, but $25 per person in the county, I don't know that it's worth it. To me, it's not worth going through this process if that's our sole intent, is to commit to offset. Now, I would love to see it offset it some, but it's going to be a very, very small amount in the grand scheme of things when you're looking at it. I mean, unless somebody can tell me my math's way off on it. You know, if we commit to 500,000 of it, which again would be about half roughly of what we think that it would, the revenue it'd create, and then divide that by half the number of citizens in the county, $25 per person. So I think you have to think about that a little bit going forward.
If I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
You use Commissioner Younts's numbers. 500,000 would be about 1 2/3 cents on their tax rate. So you get a 1 2/3 cents reduction in your property tax rate, which would be a nice move in the right direction. It's not.
It sounds better when you say
it.
It may sound better when you say it that way, if that's the way you want to sell it. I mean, it sounds better. Yeah, I agree. It sounds better when you say 1 2/3 than $25. So,
Julia, is that an accurate 1 2/3, 500,000? Is that accurate? Didn't you tell?
300,000 for 1 cent, and then
I don't know the exact amount off the top. I should have looked at it.
200,000 for the, so roughly 1 2/3.
But when you do this, you're assuming automatically you're not raising property taxes next year. You're saying that's the base start point is where we're at now, and you're going to reduce that.
Sure.
That's the kind of screwed up tax policies, guys, in this mess we're in now.
Well, going along, if I may, Mr. Chairman, going along with Commissioner.
So why would we make that decision
Morris's
now, that we're not going to raise property tax?
If you were going to raise property taxes 5 cents and reduce it 1 2/3 cents, you're only raising it 3 1/3 cents.
But then you're raising it. You're not reducing it.
You're reducing the amount it would have been. Come on.
That's all preliminary before we even get a budget request.
This probably is not going anywhere anyway because there's too much uncertainty on the part of our board.
Well, I have a crystal ball. If you do, but I don't.
You and I are at odds. You're not voting for it. If it doesn't reduce the property taxes, you're really dug in with that. I'm really dug in with I'm not voting for it if it doesn't reduce the property taxes, and the others kind of still kind of moving around some.
I mean, you offset each other and they do what they want.
Yeah, so if you go out and work against it, if it doesn't reduce the property taxes, or if I go out and work against it because it's just added to the taxes people are already paying, that reduces the chances of it passing.
But we don't even know what the revaluations are going to produce so far. I mean, we know there's a speculative number out there, but we don't know what it is, so.
That's a year afterward.
Right. So to commit to saying that we're going to take this amount to a number that we're not even sure of, it would be really hard for me.
Julie, did you say you got me the exact figure?
388,508
That's where I was going because I knew it was near $400,000 and it's 388,000, right? So we really is
A
not.
little less than 1.5 cents.
Yeah. I knew it was close to 400,000, and 388 gives us an exact number, and that's why I said when that 300,000 came up, I knew it was on up the line. Yeah.
It was 320-ish for years. They were right around the 320,000 range.
So we're good, putting this on discussion next agenda. Okay, all right, let's move on. All right, item E, Fiddler's Lane request for addition. Mr. Oakley.
Mr. Chairman, as you see in the budget here, you're looking at a road that probably fell through the cracks many years ago and making sure that that was added to the state system. You look at the recorded plat, and in the recorded plat, it's showing you a 60-foot right-of-way, and it is got the wording of public to be dedicated as public road. So now there's funding through the state, and the state is now requesting that we move forward with allowing them to pick up maintenance on this road. And in your agenda, you can see the North Carolina Department of Transportation Division of Highway request addition to the state maintenance secondary road system, and that is for this board to approve for them to move forward with maintaining this road. It needs to go to the action agenda for approval tonight because this is something that needs to be done, moved real quick with the state, and as far as their funding and I'm requesting that the board would move this to the action agenda and sign off on this and let them just start looking after this road.
I see no problem with this. Does the board have any questions or comments? Everybody good with putting this on the action agenda tonight?
Yeah. Approve the resolution. Just gotta approve that resolution that I've got to send in.
Very good. Okay. All right. So we'll place that down as item D. Okay, move on to item F, the Animal Control Advisory Board revised ordinance request. Mr. Oakley.
Chairman, this is looking at section 6.1, adequate shelter for dogs and cats, and what you are seeing difference in is the original ordinance calls, saying it's like 3 walls, a roof, and a flooring. Here you'll have 4 walls, roof, and a flooring. And then it is talking about appropriate bedding for the animal to stay warm in the winter. And then it's also talking about providing shade for the animal in the summertime, whether it is artificial or natural, naturally through nature. So with this, it's just this change in section 6.1 is basically saying if you want to own an animal, then you're going to have to look after it. And that's basically what it's saying. So I would recommend that you move forward with this. But
Thank you, sir. Any questions, comments from the board?
I do. Go ahead, you go first.
Mr. Moore?
Igloo type things considered 4 walls.
yes.
Okay.
only question I had, I think the only question I had was this, is when it's talking about doing shade on that last sentence for the heat stroke, is that talking about, that's talking about having a shade outside of the structure, right?
Right.
Not the structure being
Not the
down
structure
in
itself.
shade.
It'll be either, you're providing a shelter. Say you had your dog lot adjoining a storage building or something, you'd have a shelter there, or you'd have you'd have your lot within the area of natural vegetation to where it would provide, tree would provide natural shade.
I just want to make sure that's clear if that we're talking, because that's a little bit, right now you just have to have something for it to get in, basically, right, under the current ordinance. So if people are going to have to provide shade outside of the structure, that's something they need to do, I think, but it might take a little effort on people's part that hopefully they'll be willing to do.
I think even as long as it's intact and okay, they're okay with, like, as people put those sort of heavy tarps over corners of dog fences, lots, things like, just so they have an area they can get out of the sun.
Okay.
And it's intact.
I just want to make sure it's clear enough we can enforce it when we put it in, so to those who have to do that, I'm in favor of doing it, so all I have.
Commissioner Walker.
Thanks, sir. I have a question. Is there a problem with the ordinance as it's currently written? Are we picking up problems around the county with the current ordinance?
Well, the Animal Control Advisory Board asked for it to be placed on here, and in discussion with Sheriff Marshall, he asked that it be beefed up a little, as they say, to state some of these things to make sure there is an adequate shelter, the shade, all that. So they're evidently witnessing some issues when they're going out to homes and things.
Can you say factually whether there are issues or not, or are we just sort of hypothetically?
I'm not on the Animal Control Advisory Board,
maybe
so
they are, because I'm not aware of any. I'm almost looking at it, if it's not broke, does it need fixing?
I would say if the Animal Control Advisory Board, in connection with the sheriff who's in charge of the shelter, and the shelter person who attends the meetings is asking for it, they're seeing an issue in the county when they go to all the various locations throughout the county.
I see issue just riding around.
Yeah, I mean, I see lots of animals that don't have adequate shelter or shade in lots of places.
If you make them go back in the house, then they get too hot during the summer.
I can see that the animals should have access to shade, not tethered out in the sun, constant sun. That's just good common sense. I mean, that's someone who would do that to an animal is not thinking, or they just don't care or something. But anybody who is a responsible pet owner would see that there was shade available. What's tripping me up is a four-sided structure with the padding and whatever else. To me, that's getting a little fancy for an outdoor dog. I grew up in days when none of this, people would have laughed at you over this. I'm sorry, but it would have been almost humorous to suggest something like this. But yes, times have changed, and they've changed a lot, and people are much more sensitive now about the needs of animals and caring for animals than they used to be, because things were done back in those days that would not be allowed to be done today. But I see the farm animals, for example. People having a dog on a farm, they don't have a designated place for that dog, and it makes it just fine.
Well, this is specifically for dogs and cats, adequate shelter, if you like the
So you're going to
addition
build
that they're
a
asking.
four-sided structure for a cat who won't stay in it anyway. Oh well, times have changed.
I think in their case with the advisory board, if everybody was a responsible pet owner, then we wouldn't need an animal control board at all or animal control, but that's not the case, unfortunately. So they're just having to kind of give themselves a little bit of something to go on when they go out and see a bad circumstance, a way to react to that by saying this in this ordinance that you need to do this.
Well, have they ever had an outdoor cat, I wonder? Because the biggest challenge for an outdoor cat to me is keeping it on their own property and trying to keep it from going on the road. If I built a house for a cat, or I showed the cat a house and said, this is your house, I think there'd be a small chance of it staying in it. So are we actually writing tickets now for people who don't have a three-sided structure structure and proper bedding and all that?
The way the ordinance reads now, they can. I mean, this is
I know
just
they
upgrading
can,
the
but are we
ordinance.
doing it?
Yeah, we have. A lot of them when I was counting.
So there are actually tickets being written for, and I can see flagrant violation, clear and flagrant, yes. But just to have a pet that's used to being outside and having to build a cat a four-sided structure,
Well, and the majority of these kind of violations that happen is they get a call from somebody complaining about an animal being a nuisance, or they get a call from a concerned person seeing the animal in a bad situation. When they go out, being able to address these things is how they can actually, get around to all those issues as far as what's going on with the animal.
This is basically just common sense of saying if you're going to own an animal, you got to be able to at least provide some type of coverage for the dog.
Right. You don't want to abuse it by subjecting it to conditions that's unreasonable for it to be subjected to. And sometimes it depends on what kind of animal it is. Some dogs handle cold temperatures and all very well.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I'm satisfied, more satisfied with the ordinance the way it is.
Mr. Morris.
The problem is we have a lot of really bad pet owners in the county. We have really good ones, and then we have a lot of really bad ones. And as county manager, we get calls every day on animal control, bad pet owners. And this is referring to animals that are constrained. I mean, if it's on the loose, it finds its own shade and shelters and whatever. But these are animals that are tied to trees and stuff, and on short leashes and constrained other ways, and they're being treated in a cruel manner, in my opinion. And I ride around and see it. I don't even have to get a report from the Animal Advisory Board or the sheriff. I see it a lot.
Question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Where in this ordinance does it say constrained? I didn't see that word.
When sunlight is likely to cause heat stroke of an animal tied or confined outside.
That says nothing about, that same animal's got to have a four-sided
Right.
structure and all, whether it's constrained or not. So my cats I used to have, I don't have an animal of any kind now, I wish I did. But cats are not going to be constrained, but you got to build them a four-sided. It's just complicated. I know how much people care about animals, so do I. I have a lot of respect for, I want animals to be treated like they should be treated, but this to me is just too much. Thank you, sir. I didn't see constrained.
If an animal's not constrained, it ain't an issue.
You still got to have,
It's a different issue then. It's
law still
a
applies.
nuisance or whatever, then it has to be picked up for a whole
Is there any
different.
rush on this at all?
This
It
is
can be
cruel.
moved- it can be moved to the next meeting.
Let's
Constrained
ask
animal.
our
Discussion.
attorney, Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
we
sir.
ask our attorney for clarification on that point. Does this ordinance apply to a pet owner, whether it's restrained or not? Yes or no?
I'll just read the whole thing if it's okay, the one that I emailed. The shelter shall have access that is suitable for the species, age, condition, size, and type of animal. It shall consist of 4 walls, a roof, floor, and be structurally sound and in good repair. The structure shall be provided with a sufficient quantity of suitable bedding material consisting of straw, cedar, or pine shavings, or equivalent to help provide protection against cold and promote retention of body heat. When sunlight is likely to cause the heat stroke of an animal tied or confined outside, sufficient shade by natural or artificial means shall be provided to protect the animal. So,
Kind of a section that requires pet owners to provide bedding or shelter.
this is the adequate shelter for dogs and cats, section 6.1, that they're requesting it go to. I've got the other one attached as far as the old one, how it did read before. And the way they explained it to me and the way I'm understanding it, reading it, is you should provide housing for the animal no matter what. There should be a space for it to get. But if that animal is constrained, you also have to have it an area where it can get out of the sun, elements, anything that might cause heat stroke during the day, things like that. And then, let me go to the old one.
Like I said, pretty much common sense on this. Take care of your animals.
Section 6.1
could be your house.
Well, from what the representative from the Animal Control Advisory Board was stating, they had just originally changed it to the four-sided structure, which means if it has access to a carport in your house, that could be considered a structure that's within your house. But then when they spoke with the sheriff and other members, they wanted to at least add the portion about a constrained dog being able to have shade.
I agree
A
with
lot of
that.
dogs don't have that. Right.
Any pet owner.
But it's specifically stating that if you have a dog that is constrained, you have to have some way for it to have shade, whether it be natural or man-made.
That's,
On what time? Any pet?
Yes.
Well, the original 6.1 is called adequate shelter for dogs.
Right.
But then the new one applies to what?
Dogs and cats is what it says.
Just dogs and cats.
That's what it says right there.
When I saw that, I said, what? Oh, well.
That's a change too. The title's a change of the section as well as the rest of it.
I've owned a lot of cats, but I've never had a four-sided structure for them. They did have places to get out of the weather, but not necessarily a four-sided structure.
Any more questions or comments on it? Would y'all like to put this on discussion on the next agenda?
I'd say action.
Action.
Not gonna change between now and 2 weeks, is it?
All right, we'll go ahead and move on to item G, PTRDC.
I can't believe that. Oh, well.
Appointment request. Pretty much it is, back in February 2019, Commissioner Morris was appointed to the board as a Stokes County representative seat to replace Mr. Ernest Langford. Term expires this December. They requested that Commissioner Morris be appointed for a new term, which will end December 22. Commissioner Morris has agreed to serve his 3-year term. Everybody good with this?
Yeah, and I understand, based on some information that was provided, well, I'm looking at it right now, that the PTRDC has requested that Commissioner Morris be appointed for a new term. So apparently he's doing a pretty good job. They want you back.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and open up the floor for nominations.
Make a motion that we close nominations.
I nominate Commissioner Morris.
He's already nominated. It's on here.
It's good because I've only got him listed, so if
We
you
want
agree
to
with
go through
Commissioner
the
Morris, that's fine.
formality. Make a motion that we have Commissioner Morris.
Now, second,
You gotta have a second.
I second that the
Now.
nominations be closed.
Any discussion?
I'm coming back with that, Jimmy, so making a motion, nominations be closed.
All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
We'll move that to the action agenda for the next meeting.
Thank you. Item I, courthouse parking lot change order. Mr. Oakley.
Mr. Chairman, we was hoping we would not hit rock, but everybody just knew we were. Everybody knew it was gonna be at the road, but we was wrong. It was not at the road, but at 89. It was down at the other end next to the side street that's coming in behind the courthouse. But anyway, to move on with this parking lot that we had already approved, Mr. East had to bring in a jackhammer, and it worked down there for several days, tearing this rock out. And you can see in here with his change order how much that cost. The change order also affected the actual stone that we would have. And with a machine like this, rented for 6 days, you're looking at $14,274 cost additional. Then you're looking at the additional height for the actual wall that we having to change now. That was $8,600, and then you've got some more seating. But a lot of this wall and the seating stuff has come in from drainage that we've having problems with the old courthouse, and I'm having him to reroute the pipe to try to pipe this water away from the building while we in there building this wall to where it's designed in a manner that it empties out into the road and then down towards the drain and exits out the way it should, other than running inside the old courthouse. And this takes care of that problem. Also takes care of the problem of the water undermining the gas tank, the oil tank that's there. And he's went in and fixed that. So this extra cost is rectifying a lot of problems we had with the courthouse, and I'm requesting that we move forward with the approval for the extra costs and allowing this parking lot to be finalized as quick as possible.
It's been a pretty big rock.
Oh, it was huge rock.
Yeah.
I'm sure some of you drove through there when that was going on. It was just a massive amount of rock that was exposed in that wall.
But anyway, it's parking in Danbury is at a premium, and we just picked up 41 sites behind the Arts Council, which is everybody is really happy with, and it really looks good. Please go by and check it out. But we need to pick up some to relieve some of the pressure that the Board of Education is having around that courthouse. This will give them 10 sites to help them out a little bit on that, but I do realize to get 10 sites at this price, that's very costly. I understand that, it really is, but I mean, I don't know about how to go about rectifying something that's already in the county name. And we can go buy some more property.
Yeah, I seen Commissioner Morris raise his hand just a second ago.
Yeah, just a couple of questions. First of all, a question for Ty. This, as I understand, it was 18.2 to start with, and then the change order is 26.159 for a total of 44.359. Does that sound right?
Right.
So does the
yes.
So does a change order of that size present any problems? I've been involved in solicitations where if change order was a certain size, it'd trigger a new solicitation, but this wouldn't be the case on this one, would it? Okay. So the fact the change order is way bigger than what the original cost was is no problem. Okay.
That's over 100%, ain't it?
It's still it's still under the $50,000.
Okay. Okay, good. I just want to clarify that, make sure.
And in his original quote, which I can't remember if I put that in there, I think I did, he had that exclusion in there of if he encountered large rock, the cost, because I think he was anticipating what happened to happen.
Okay.
Rock claws.
That'd make it better then.
Yeah, it was in that original. I've got copies of that too, the original quote.
Then what do you want us to do, ratify this or approve it and do a budget amendment?
I've got a budget amendment here, which is 41. If we can elect to move it, would be great tonight, because we're getting sort of in the season where it's not going to be able to be paved pretty soon if the temperatures drop below a certain thing. So the faster we can get them done, and then we can hopefully have that project completed in a month or so total, hopefully.
What does it do exactly? It adds how many spaces?
10 spaces and a service road up into the, you know how that moat kind of goes around the courthouse?
Right.
So this, when all the draining issues were a problem, all that was corrected, and they're going to move that building out from back there and take over the mowing back there, and there'll be a service road to be able to get equipment up into that area now, whereas before you didn't have that. And that building was there for that reason, so it adds that service road too.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Walker.
Before I take a position on this particular item, I'd like to actually look at it and see firsthand what we're dealing with. How many spaces are affected by what we're discussing here this evening?
Well, there's 10 spaces that you approved it, Larash, like.
I know there's 10 spaces in the original approval.
Is it blocking
in
you right now?
How many actual spaces are being affected by this rock?
No, it's just at a standstill until
Rock's been
we can,
moved.
and it's already been approved. It's just a change order that goes along with the original.
It's been over half of them.
Oh no, Commissioner Yacht says the rock's been moved.
They've moved quite a bit of it.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
You'd lost over half of it,
Find-
your parking space
I'd
there.
like to take a look at it.
I had some pictures that I took one day. I was trying to find that I could show you, but I don't know if I can get them.
Mr. Walker, I will say this, once it starts dropping below 50 degrees during your daytime right there, you're not gonna get a good quality asphalt product. And I do believe it's gonna be dropping in the highs of the 50s coming this weekend, and what it does, Mayor, I don't know, but did he give you any idea how long it would take to finish doing what he needed to do before asphalt and paving came in?
Well, once we allocated, paid a portion of the money that was already approved to go ahead and purchase the supplies to do the wall with. More had to be purchased because of the size of it. He said they should be able to finish it in a couple of weeks and be ready to pave in a couple of weeks if we can go ahead and get the rest of that. Make sure we're funded fully to do that with.
And weather's gonna be a huge factor on that. Yeah. If we hold off a couple of weeks, we're kind of facing that, maybe being pushed off next year to getting complete.
I think we need to move.
Yeah, I think we
I
just.
think we need to, I'm sorry, I think we need to move on this, Mr. Chairman.
This is the spot.
Mr. Chairman, I asked another question.
Yes,
What
sir.
if we don't, what if we were to disapprove this, then what do we got?
Well, you're stuck with it till
Space in there.
Stuck with what? I mean, just
what they got out there now.
a big mess, right?
Yeah.
You know,
And I doubt I don't see any other contractor coming in finishing what somebody else has started without it costing us double of what we got now.
That's right.
And now all this is cleaned up, but there's just this dirt, of course, back in the wall.
It's unfortunate, but
This portion is.
I wouldn't do anything in Danbury if I didn't have a rock clause to it.
That's true.
How much of what's done is the actual, is part of the 26,000?
They've been paid 27 to date on that project, which was a portion of the supplies and some of the work and to pay for the rental of the big thing that had to break that rock up.
That's what I'm saying. They've already had the jackhammer out there and busted the rock up. We can't put the rock back. I mean, we're at a point now where we have to move forward. It's
yes, well, my
no
question was.
going out and looking at the rock to see what it's going to cost to move it. It's already been moved.
Now, can you do that? Did we approve 18?
Yeah.
And if
Well, you
Martha
approved
paid
it with an
27?
exclusion to if he encountered rock, which they explained when they approved that it was very likely in that location.
We can also ratify what's already been done, like that. If we want to.
I'm gonna say it again, I think we need to move on this right now.
Is the board good with putting this on the action agenda tonight?
Yes,
Yes.
Let me give you
Not
this
me.
copy.
We've got action
it's
agenda.
gonna change way too much.
Okay.
Well, I just would like to
So we will
think
place
about this a little more. And
budget amendment number 41 is item E on the action agenda.
Along with this budget.
not funny money we're spending, it's taxpayer money.
If we don't do this, we might end up spending more time
I
around
would never have started this at that price, ever.
Yeah, but that's why projects are not certain. Estimates are not certain.
Yeah, but
They're estimates,
They're usually not 2.5 times more.
So I will say, I've
Circumstances.
had them jackhammers before, they are a pretty expensive item. I mean, 6 days, $14,000 seems pretty reasonable,
I'm
actually.
just, I wouldn't have started this project at $44,000 for 10 spaces.
That's hindsight.
If you remember at that meeting when that was approved, that was like July, I think, of last year, there were a couple different quotes, one of which was from Mr. East, who got the work, one of which was from Garanco, I believe, that was more in line with that, because I think he already sort of built in what he thought it was going to cost to remove the rock he knew he was going to encounter. And the lower bid was gone with, but it was with that exclusion of the rock. So that's kind of why we're where we are right this minute with that one.
All right. Moving on to item J, the county employee Christmas meal.
A light subject, okay. So save this for last. So every year there's the county employee Christmas meal that happens. Last year, I think probably 90% of our employees came to me and said, can we please do something besides our typical lunch every year for Christmas? And I said, well, maybe we can think about it. So I kind of went with a similar date that we normally do, which last year we did the 17th, this year's the 18th. I'm proposing that date. I kind of just polled a few of our departments to see kind of what people were thinking. People were really interested in maybe having a Christmas breakfast in place of a Christmas lunch. Also might enable some of our third shift workers to attend. Since we started a little earlier, they sometimes don't get to come to anything because they have to go home and go to bed. So if the board elects to change that and agrees to that date, I can put out the normal bids like I usually put out with all the local restaurants and give a chance for everybody to compete for that. Or we can go with lunch and maybe I can try something besides turkey or ham, but we can, it's hard with the budget to try to do something real outlandish, and with that we can do something pretty nice for a breakfast meal that might be a little more pleasing to them and something different, so.
Commissioner Minham?
Ham and eggs.
This is for, this is something to really, to me, in my opinion, build the morale of our employees. You know, we're doing it for our people that are working for us. And if the majority of the employees would like to see something different, in my opinion, I mean, how big a deal is it to go from lunch to breakfast? To me, it's not much.
Yeah.
So, don't we, I mean, aren't we doing this to really honor the work they put in here for us?
Sure.
That's all I got.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm good with moving it from lunch to breakfast myself. I don't know.
If we're gonna have country ham, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
One condition,
Of
you have to play
course.
Santa this year.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody good with moving
That
this
seems,
to?
is that okay?
Good.
Okay.
That's what the employees want. That's the way we should
And
do
I
it.
could see consent next meeting for this.
All right. Item K, the 2020 meeting calendar.
And this
Everything looks
is,
great.
I was just trying to get a little bit of a head start to make sure we could get it approved by then, and to looked careful at some of the dates, trying to come up and make sure that I don't have any dates that are mistakes or look odd, but I appreciate any input if anybody sees anything that looks off to them. The only thing I did see was, I usually, go to a Tuesday for holiday dates, just like coming up, we have a meeting on November 12th, which is a Tuesday, because Veterans Day is observed and we're closed that day. We do take Good Friday here, which means we're always open for business on Easter Monday. In the past, we've met on Easter Monday, but I did put that date in as an option if anybody was interested in moving that meeting to the Tuesday after, or we can leave it alone and leave it on the Easter Monday. That was the only date I really had a question on, besides the rest of them pretty much landed on normal dates, except for the one holiday.
I'd personally like to move out into a Tuesday if possible. That's sometimes and take vacation when you got that little extended
Right, because you
weekend
have
right
Friday,
there.
a lot of people take that Monday off, and
I'm in
that's
agreement.
a good deal. Everybody else okay with that? And I'll just move that one date to Tuesday.
Sounds good. Tuesday the 14th.
And then I can put that on the, I'll make that change and I'll put that on the consent agenda for next meeting.
Okay.
That's okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nobody sees any strange dates like in the future, 2019, or last year I think I had a 2018 or 2022 or something. I checked it about 3 times, so I'm hoping everything lines up. And I also checked with planning to make sure about his dates and all that, so he was good with those. So, okay, I'll make that one change then and put it back on consent.
All right. We'll move on to the action agenda. Item A, the Stokes County Water and Sewer Authority. Appointment request, Admin Stewart was nominated the last meeting to serve Stokes County Water and Sewer Authority. Open the floor for any further nominations.
Any,
Move it to nominations be closed.
All right.
second that.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
We need to go,
Pull the board.
need to go down the list, yeah. You want me to start?
Yeah.
Stewart?
Stewart.
Yes.
Stewart. Okay. Move on to item B, Walnut Cove Senior Center Advisory Council. Appointment request, Amanda Dotson was nominated at the last meeting to serve on the Walnut Cove Senior Center Advisory Council. I'll open the floor for any further nominations.
Move it to nominations be closed.
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
On the roll.
All in favor say aye. Aye. And poll the board. Start with Commissioner Miniham.
I'm sorry. Or I'd already moved on. Dodson. Dodson.
Dotson. Item C, Fire Commission vacancies. There's 3 separate motions needed due to different memberships. Lane Wagner was nominated at the last meeting for a full-term civilian position. I'll open the floor for any further nominations.
Nominations be closed.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Poll the board, starting with Commissioner Mendenhall.
Wagner.
Wagner. Steve Fagg, nominated at the last meeting to finish out the civilian term of Amos Elvis. I'll open the floor for any further nominations.
Move the nominations be closed.
Second it.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. I'll now poll the board, starting with Commissioner Mendenhall.
Bag.
Bag.
Aye. All right, 2 applicants for fire service member positions, Donnie Mabe and Brad Mitchell, nominated at the last meeting. I'll open the floor for any further nominations.
Making a motion, nominations be closed.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. I'll now poll the board.
Doing one at a time or both?
You can do them together.
Maybe Mitchell.
Maven Mitchell.
Maybe Mitchell.
David Mitchell. Item D, which was the Fiddler's Lane. I have a motion.
Make a motion for approval of the request on Fiddler's Lane.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Abstain.
Four yeas and 1 abstention.
Who's the abstention?
Give me one.
Can you do it?
Yes. You can abstain.
If there's no financial interest involved?
He lives on the road.
Oh, okay.
30.
So you're the troublemaker.
No, sir. No. I can give you her number, and I
Jimmy,
promise you don't want to debate her.
I like a challenge.
All right, for the item E, courthouse parking lot change order, and is amendment number 41. I have a motion.
Can you include the amount in the thing, budget amendment number 41 and
Yes.
the amount of $26,160?
Yes, it does include the $26,160 added on to, was it 18,000? I didn't get the thing.
Yeah,
for
if you
that.
just can do the budget amendment 41 and the amount of $26,160.
Okay, we'll go with that. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
One quick question, do we need to ratify it since some of the work's been done, or do we need just to approve the budget amendment? Okay.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? 1. Shannon, if you would you read the rationale for closed session?
To consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3.
All right, I have a motion to take us into closed.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Closed session. You too. See you, Ty.
Be careful.
Wait 1 second.
In a minute here.
Camera turned.
Do I have a motion to
Make a
adjourn?
motion to adjourn.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Meeting adjourned.
Oh. See you, bro.
Good rest of your evening.
Ready for work?
What time you going in?
Yeah.
I told her 30.